Okay, I'm exhausted. They are still just as bad. I need these men into custody. It is the creepiest thing on planet Earth. Please get these freaks into custody now. I don't know what to do. I got some like work done and they're going right back to the same stuff. Please get these men into custody now. I'm exhausted. Sorry. I'm decent. My hair's just sticking up. Yeah. Of course, they start as soon as I. So they've been electrocuting you. They were told to calm down by that guy. These absolute white trash men. Do you understand that? Like everybody we know lives in a house, has a job. Okay, the government in yeah. You need to get these branches of government and law enforcement out of things. There was all this conversation about how they're getting men into positions they're not qualified for at all through corruption. Really, America's very high functioning to be bringing whatever it is. It's like you just bring townies in and let them hang out in various places too. Really, that does not mean they're like, you need to get wherever it goes very wrong out of, or just wrong. Wrong can go pretty wrong. Oh, when the other guys say no, I mean, what are we like? What? Why wouldn't the people that live in the house that are enfranchised? It's not a venue for your stuff, really. Yeah, like that's not how it works. That thing's doing something in like an ape cycle that it likes to like. You want to find an excuse to sexual abuse and things like that. The domestically abused. You're a complete stranger. You don't have any credentials. Is actually correct. It's really noticeable. You need to get the men that are like not good in the head. And the normal, there's all no, you're not. That's another problem in this. Like the people here really don't live in any of the houses. Um, they don't live in anything like anybody's house that actually lives in a house. That sounds weird. They appear to be men that don't have families, credentials, proper. I don't know what. I think maybe they're employed by the state somewhere. But like it's hard to tell even why are they here. Like here's like the if you work as a corrections administrator, you need to be overdoing administration. If you work as a county correctional officer, if you're a jail guard, you need to be working in the jail and following all protocol for that. If you're a maintenance man for the town, you need to be doing maintenance for the town. If you're a security guard for the town, you need to be only doing what security guards for the town do. If you're, where are you meant that this is even like a thing? Well, if it were necessary to investigate, if you're law enforcement, you need to be doing law enforcement. You are like lazy. Like if you guys actually have a terrible drinking problem sometimes or something, really, this group appears to be. What do? You just hang out day and night. And then you need to actually be doing specific tasks, like all of you. I mean, there's no. I agree. Everybody going by in a car is more enfranchised than me. Yeah. Well, they live in a house, they're driving a car, they're doing a specific work. Maybe you, Lee. I don't know what the women work also. I mean, we got lots of like, we don't have any kids, but I mean, there's just lots of stuff out there. It's just sort of the person lives in the community and nobody ever calls the police on them. They live in the community because, um, you see, this is looking for an excuse to offend and like a crazy man. Really, that's real rough. Right, I can't. Here's all the cars driving by. I mean, I know you're in a nice neighborhood, so the cars are nice. Yeah. You'd be just fine without this. Those people all interact with their families and everything else. Like there's no need to go after the other person. Of course, people are going after you. You're molesting kids. I don't know why I'm having a conversation with this guy all these years. Because he's been the same all throughout. It's just here's the community, and what is it? And then here's all the people, here's all the church, here's the steeple, here's all the dudes in here. Why are these dudes in here? Why are they so totally different from anybody else? I'm saying not one of these men, I'm thinking you live in like, well, the King of the Hill House is respectable. I'm not thinking you live in the respectable one somehow. Like you're really, really, really strange. Anybody that's in franchise, when we come into this line of work, do you have a law degree? I can't see anybody with the proper degrees. If you don't have a law degree, like a magistrate's assistant that doesn't have a paralegal degree. Did you have to go get like a real estate license to be a magistrate assistant? We want to know where the lawyers are and, the experts in the law, and that's, I'm like, yeah. And I mean, why is that man in here? Oh, you brought men into communities and it's in completely insane stuff. It's all males too. You like cherry pick women. There's absolutely no reason for that. Well, you're few and far between, like just to talk to you. It's like a schizophrenic incel world. No, you're not. That's around children. They literally do not hire any women. I don't know why. You hire employees that you've cherry picked as women for some reason, in places like in undergraduate. I'm exhausted, getting exhausted. But yeah, I don't know what this is, but this thing where like the marauding horde of stuff is out like in the community. Now it's not the first you heard of it. It's just like people are staying out of your office, but your office is actually your stuff also. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's the middle of the night, so I am trying to go to bed. Um, there have been just as bad. There are like multiples. He's given the link out. This started in Las Vegas. He did that thing that they do on To Catch a Predator. There's like a link or something he could say. There's multiples of men on this thing. There's the same guys, but you continue to. He spent all day sexually assaulting children. It was a little more subdued with me. Then he cooked, and then he was like putting people in troll wars. You have to try the rest of the. You guys try the rest of corrections and stuff. Corrections workers, not just water treatment plant employees, also trash employees. All like lower income jobs, lower income, like lower class jobs that doesn't take any requirements. But they said they'll hire these guys as like not the top maintenance guy anybody interacts with, but like these random hood town maintenance guys. They might slightly, I don't know, but like they work for the trash dump and stuff like that. So they have intimate knowledge of things. So they're all like security and maintenance. They're getting jobs out of law enforcement, security and maintenance, or like assisting firefighters. But nobody actually like, they're actually just coming from law enforcement, security and maintenance almost. Which is what everybody said about these dudes, like Taiwan. Well, no, that's correct. And they just like, what is on the cable box? It's some kind of town security and maintenance man. But if we're going to rescue people from the troll wars or something, the man in the high castle, a long time ago, the charter house under Duke, is it a crazy man built a concentration camp out of the clan? It's a small of the clan alone. I think even knew slavery. But yeah, there was like a full blown, and then they had a final solution to actually kill people. The clan would, we knew they would recruit people. They had something else they done that was like political. It was like what shot JFK. Okay, I think it kicked a lot of stuff. They did a lot of stuff. It was getting a lot of respect, which you all know. But Quinn's finding yeah. So whatever's going on is that actually these guys. Okay, so they need to check the trash dump. Also, yeah, check the trash dump. Yeah, and then you need to check what's happening is these men are actually really like so they're basically just all murderers and they're crazy. And this maybe is true. You need to get the white trash out of things. These men are absolute white trash. If they don't have, they're getting them hired into positions that they don't have, that they don't really have to have any qualifications to get into, like low class like janitor and corrections. Uh, Another weird replicating employee that doesn't have a place actually in anything. No, they don't really have anything. No, yeah. But then he was literally saying that like they just put all these people in okay. They're like purposeful employees for yeah, I got it. Well, they're very much they've been like running around doing home invasions. So a lot of it was like a home invasion group that got out like in the first story. Season in this all day again. He was a little more subdued than me as far as the electrocution because I managed to get some stuff done. But he's going right back to it and it's the middle of the night. So if I lay down and he's gonna try to like just rape. But he's apparently over there raping children because they won't arrest them because Toledo doesn't want to need their stuff. These are obviously the lowest. I don't think he's talking about himself. And so he came over from working for where the I have no idea. Maybe he actually works at the dump or the sewage treatment plant or just like he's making stuff up. He appears to be a schizophrenic retarded man from like the men's side of a jail, the jail. But the problem is they've gotten like they're the same men in Carroll County that kidnapped me. Like they were there through the kidnapping. They appear to be completely schizophrenic. I think it's the jail guards. I think it's the male jail guards with like these men are really a mess. Like like Detective Pate and a assisting magistrate. He's not an assisting magistrate, he's a magistrate's assistant. They don't have any credentials, he said. I can make that with my mind's ease. I sat there all day and molested her. He said he'd raped, so he sexually assaulted the same children, and he's supported of children all day. Which would be, I don't know where the children are. Wherever they are, you need to go Carroll County, Arkansas, because they're gonna be calling the police. You didn't get the men that created this evidence in custody, and I reported it every goddamn month to you, every week. All of you. You have to arrest the men that kidnapped me, even though they're government employees. The fact that these men are like the lowest white trash ever, and when you go through, you sure as hell put on a lot of airs on your people for men that I know live in like, I mean, if you live in a like respectable King of the Hill house or something. But I mean, you're in Boca Raton, you would think you were like the schizoid effect of Aunt Mary, Queen of France. No, I don't think dirty men do it every time you hang out. It's correct. You do it, you hire all males, you have ridiculous problems with like, I mean, obviously insane things. So you're telling employees you're bringing in a really, really, really a mess. There are in certain places and people don't get into the places that they are. They're real rough about it. You have problems with pedophilia and state services and like domestic violence and hiring men. Yeah, not one of this group can stay in education. They know that's correct, or any sort of mental health or counseling, like school counseling, or get themselves into colleges or county courts. Like you need to only have people that have a teaching degree, under minor, under 18. I mean, but it's very no, like this, do any of the Zeke looking men, and they hired all men. I don't really remember like, no, I'm correct, like one woman. Yeah, okay, so they went crazy in that branch of American government. I mean, it was a long time ago, but like, you still go in there, it's all these piggy pies. No, we don't have any piggy pies. There's this, they're actually determined to be in that high school, and they still just absolutely terrorize the hood. My brother's friends went there. It was a while ago again. Really, it's that ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. Well, why are these white trash necessary? No, we're not in the South. You're not white trash. Like, we know people from the South. No one in private sector and all the people from the South we know sound or act anything like you. You're putting on a lot of arrows for just being a absolute amen from middle class without any proper credentials. It was just hired through something. Because that's actually what these men are. Mhm. It's somewhat ridiculous to have all these men running around. Also, like, unless you're, yeah, I'm actually a teacher, I have a teaching degree, which sometimes is a little hard to find in these. Mm. Which is why they think like maybe they end up with men, like, okay, we're gonna employ somebody else, just because the women, like, really, I get it, so these guys didn't necessarily have, because the teenagers, there's lots of them, and you got everybody like, if it's public school, I get it, you got everybody, so you actually need, oh, so I can have a college degree and then get a certification or something and be teaching? Yeah, because they actually needed male teachers, because the kids are kind of like, so it's a little bit of like discipline, yeah, oh, and just some like, uh, upper body strength kind of stuff. But instead I end up like replacing everything with that or something, like, so there's no teachers in there. I'm really not making it up, that's kind of correct also, ain't, I get it. Somebody go check, I think that turned out to be the case. Well, that's not really the point, because the town maintenance men, trash men, and water treatment, yeah, and law enforcement, security and maintenance, and corrections, and like prisons and jails are doing this. Yeah, I could actually see that. That's what it was day one. Why is Toyota covering up for the town maintenance man? and because it's a jurisdiction thing. Um, no jurisdiction. He was like cooking people in trash cookers. Like you just put the trash in there, cook it slowly, you just push them. He apparently cooked like because they took over. They've taken over the whole world with this like waste management business. It's all over the place. So like I said, very creative. But like it was just all these guys that was putting people on all the like Chinese people they replaced so they could take over. They were spitting trash compactors like trash cookers alive. They were slowly cooked alive. Just sitting there like applying for jobs, the rest of the jobs at Target, adding pictures to my resume, calling me, doctors and dentist appointment. I sat down for 2 seconds and like attacked me and starts this total war stuff. It's just man in die castle stuff. The thing is, it really does seem like there was more of them. And he was, oh, you should report me and try to get me in trouble inside I can't. MASTRBATE. He's been apparently molesting, like sexual assaulting children instead of me because they told him to calm down with me. So right now I started sexually. He doesn't stop sexual assaulting you or watching. He hasn't been like electrocuting really. But there's like all these men. He started doing this in Las Vegas. Really, I swear, because it's slightly widespread. I think this son of a bitch, he can't even like link out to like Jason Deborah Campbell or something that also masturbates. Really, yeah. And he did to all the other people that he's stalking instead of because he said they would take his stuff away. Really, yeah. Like sometimes there's like so he gave it to the rest of Richard Huckles. Yeah, he gave it to the rest of like when he talks about in my like what's on speakerphone on the house, it's on the smart TV. He talks about he's sexually assaulting like other people and he always talks about taking to children. Just in like the lowest schizophrenic man ever he is. We're talking man. But is it verbally like constantly as explicit everybody's hopefully if you hear this. Hear it. It's hideous crying. But he's given by making all the other people, I think, little kids out to other men. Because like there's all these men on, really, yeah. Like, this is not just the same. It's the same 5 guys, really. Like 6 or 7 guys. Sorry, I'm just agreeing with myself. It's the way I talk. I apologize. I don't know. I'm not talking to myself. I'm just making like it's just like a noise in me. Would you stop stalking? No, I'm never. I'm gonna masturbate. And I need this man. We're gonna need these men not at large in communities. I agree. It sounds like there's like 50 dudes on here, and they're all like schizophrenic retards. That many? I think actually probably more like 25 or 30, and they're all assaulting. Really, yeah. Sometimes he started doing this in Las Vegas. Really, I mean, maybe there's less. It could be like 15, but I mean, it's just a lot. And then it's the same 5 guys they talk constantly about. Like, it's all completely schizophrenic men. And, okay, so you give that to the other pedophiles that want to get pornography. Yeah, which we saw as Catch a Predator they do, which is hideous. And then, like, are any of these men going to murder anybody? Yeah, they even know your house. I need all of these men in custody. They also like Marion County Sheriff's Department was using to catch predator tactics to catch men that do want to solicit minors for sex online. Okay. Here's the gnarly, the gnarly absolutely disgusting guys and the 53 guys they caught on the bus. It like sounds like that one, that one, that one, that one. Yeah, and the really handicapped one, they're just really evil. Like these guys. But I mean, so these same kids are now interacting with like another, or just kids are interacting with another, like, and myself, 20 predators. They were getting in trouble and he was angry, so he got all these other people. You've got to get these men out of my house and out of anybody else's house. Whatever else happens with the kids, nobody else knows. Well, these guys have to be arrested, and so does everybody else that's wanting with them. they had stopped, but I'm not even sure what the hell. It was hideous. You know, you turned the evidence and the same people or because the email list was so extensive, you know, like tons of people were calling. Like, my phone line is so cut, which is so creepy. So he's cooking people in trash compactors. Yeah, he's cooking them alive in trash. Really cremated alive on top. 4,000. He's like the trash compactor started burning them down the well. He's tossing them in the trash cooker and like alive. Man, woman, and child. I don't know how he would die. So badly, I don't even know. It's a very scary story. But you don't really threaten people. I don't really matter. Yeah, you know, electrocuted in the couch. I want somebody's rough, dirty man out of the house. Maybe a normal thing. I'm not threatening you. They're reporting a crime, which is other reason why it's acting. Or if we're not, it did actually occur, right? I'm doing the fuck it. Get off my crotch with that thing. Now, he said. You were told not to use that at all to get these men out of here. Not to give the link out to everyone that wants to masturbate. You're all going to prison for the rest of your lives. You feel me? That'd be touching your genitals on the scare. I don't know, would you please get these men into custody? I don't know what this is. They talked about, you know, I need this out of my house. Well, I need it out of my life. Of course you're being reported for stuff. You're talking about molesting children to death. They're incredibly schizophrenic, all of these dudes. Yeah, they all are. They're all like, some of the guys on, I mean, maybe it's a little slightly less, but all those ones on the To Catch a Predator bus are like schizophrenic piles of goo. You can see it on their faces. Whoa. This is absolute insanity. That's correct. Like, you don't think every hobo over there in the crack motels would like having his girlfriend or something? Like, okay, they're like, really creepy hobo. All right, so if we just sneak in, okay, we just gotta murder these two. Murder on murder. They're like, these guys even happen. They're like totally got it. They're like fat, dirty, like ugly crackheads that are handicapped. Okay, well, if we just murder these two and their pets, excuse me, we're sitting right here. Well, no, it's not even that. We just kind of have to, and then we live in your house. Get the hell out of my house. No, no, we have to, otherwise we have to go back to our crack hotel apartment. I don't know what those people do. They're miserable, they live in a slum, I'm not sure. They're handicapped, they're fat, they're ugly, they're just, whatever it is, 25. No. Well, we just can't live like this anymore, so okay, we just gotta smother these two, right? We're just quickly, but like even if it's not, it could be very bad natured. Hmm. Well, if you just made it so that it was a thing, really, is that ever a thing? Then why the hell is it here? Because whatever piece of absolute monster schizophrenic crackhead crazy and goop this is, no, no, why is it able to do it here? You had a court case, maybe. Maybe just sit down and I mean, would you please, really, yeah, it's just, it's just something proving how much one can get away with when one is, you know, just doing it. Would you get this out of the hose in Lockmere out of Toyota? Because he said, I sided with a man. A man? What the hell where is the man that he sided with? I don't know. Apparently he's actually involved in this. We know you think the Wake County Prosecutor's Office is wrong to say you should take your menses. Well, these are my jail employees. Get this out of my house now. Do not turn that on to start sex assaulting my crotch. Well, just vibrate around you, not your crotch. Would you get him off that right now? I know I'm gonna need this in custody immediately next time. When the Caspers call and say they're getting stalked, here's how many police reports her parents filed. Okay? This one's gotta go out of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. I don't care, just these men need to be out of my house and I'm allowed to do whatever I want with the whole case as far as sending, calling the police. My phone line needs to be uncut. I'm reporting it anywhere I want. The website's appropriate. Anything not appropriate on it, it's still appropriate, but it's something needed. You know what leadership, man. See, this is a problem. You have been looking at it for 10 years. Why is this man still at large? Toyota to fuel the dump truck, the dirtiest man in the world, Leonetto, who do that a little bit. He didn't do it a little bit, he just raped a child all day. Because the lowest animal, the thing, the lowest mankind could or has ever shown. And I need him off of that with her then. He's sexually assaulting a little boy, a girl. I need him out of the uniform, the swastika of the sewer, of the lowest. Okay, all right. And then get Annetto out of his uniform now. The animals, the lowest in country, the swastika of filth, the lowest the human race could ever see, the beast incarnate of animals, so low. Compared to these absolute marauding, interloping filth of the lowest men the human race could ever produce. Get him off of me with that. No! Why is this monster, this beast in the skin of an animal, still in the community and at large? Well, he didn't know this shit stain of an animal, of the lowest man that could ever exist. You know, these incredible trash, the incredible lowness, the incredible criminal bestial nature of the lowest criminal men you brought into communities. The most hideous and low animals. No animal has ever been lower than the thing, the dirtiest and lowest mankind has ever could ever see. He said, you brought this man. He started raping a fourth grader as soon as he came in today. He just put down his pants and came like dirty little arteries, swastika, the government employment job for the mentally retarded shit stain of Hitler. The most disgusting animal, the lowest the human race could ever see. This absolute, an employee that does no work, and just sits around all day, the most low, evil, and disgusting criminal thing. With the seventh grade girl all day. The incredible amounts of crime bringing these beasts into the communities has caused. The lowest animals that have nothing to do with any of the communities I ever want that you brought, these idiot animals, these things, the poorest quality white trash paper. I was told no. Tell him that. I'm allowed to do because Annetto, the swastika of filth. I need the little rock government put to death, they said. They want every single animal, one of them. That you, the incredible, when no one called again. When I, the great Hudavon, sewer it, the beast, John Wade, the animal gangrene, the sewer pig, Annetta Gacy. We're going to need the Wake County Prosecutor's Office arrested, they said. Nothing. We could tell other Hootie, the most disgusting animal ever born, the lowest class criminal to ever be brought, and because the dirtiest dump truck driver won't arrest another white trash replicating, no college degree required. You can move them from the lowest class employment and bring the dirtiest and lowest man. He really just raped her again because he let him in here on that thing again. Well, he said Annetto, the beast incarnate, the thing, John Wayne, the animal gang rape, the monster, the lowest man ever born. He has got to be taken to prison. God, with the dirtiest, dumbest, the poorest educated, the thing, the incredible filth of the lowest country that could ever exist, the country that would employ the animal thing, the lowest man to ever wear the skin of beasts and criminals, the lowest, poorest quality white trash. And I was just, that's so, I think it's you turned on to think about little girls' mound. Ooh, anus, grunting swastika, oozing filth, because he dared the sewer of the giving it to the dirtier, lowest, dumbest animal. The thing, the lowest beast the world could, the lowest white trash, the lowest criminals, the lowest things ever born. Well, they must have said that about you. Now, Huda never went to school. It doesn't matter if you're going to be their level of law enforcement, corrections, maintenance. I got the trash man in Lockfair and McGregor. You were told every day about it. It's the problem. The incredible evil of the animals that were dead in the long term because of Huda committed to crime. A Huda fun sewer gang rape pedophile, the most thieving and low animals ever born. The dirtiest dump truck drivers, Detective Filthy Dump Truck Driver Pig, the lowest man to ever wear the skin of beasts or animals, the lowest, absolutely unnecessary, not a merit system that could ever exist, the lowest the human race has ever shown, bringing these foul criminals in close proximity with the community and forcing them on communities they would otherwise have nothing to do with. And they're hideous, bizarre, everything done and said. And as offending and criminal as possible. Now, I was going to masturbate them a little bit. No, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Would you give it a rest, covering for Tony Gangway, the dirtiest dump truck driver, Detective Payne? With Detective Payne owes me a life in prison and death sentence. No man or bunch of men have earned life in prison and a death sentence more than Detective Payne. It makes him so mad they won't arrest me. It's the most ridiculous thing man has ever done. The lowest child pedophile sex tourist thing from letting every disgusting towny male hang out. The dirtiest and lowest the human race has ever shown. Everything done and said. No. Oh, I can still see that there. They would take that from me by cleaning voodoo with it. Tony Gang Break Potato. I'm very sorry I didn't take the Caspers. All of it. It's the Tony, the dirtiest dump truck driver. Gang Break Godwin Unetto with a man that requires no college degree gets town employment and brings in every freak monster thing from the hood possible. No, I'm still gonna. Their genitals are mine. I'm allowed to do. Would you get him out of uniform, then? Get him off the body scanner and the sexual assault device. Get every one of these men in a prison cell, in a jail cell, right now, where these beasts belong, and out of the Casper's house, and off of our cell phones and internet accounts with that thing that he confiscated from somewhere. He's got some kind of just this absolute filthy hood device. Why is the phone line cut still? And then it is 4 years later. He has not stopped stalking and sexually assaulting Miss Casper the entire time and doing this. Well, you know exactly what it is again. You lying sack of the lowest trash possible. Do you realize how badly he sexually abused again in the last 4 years since your horrendous, your hideous acts of crime? That every single one of you that was aware Miss Casper was a completely innocent victim. That evidence has been completely falsified since 2014 in all your verifications. You did not give it to Miss Casper or the Casper family. Why did you allow him to confiscate her property when there was no reason? I will not have you bringing men I could never imagine, everyone says, the behaviors that you bring in, criminal behaviors you brought into the community. With the men and things you employed in all of this. We know what that was with all that. They have to sleep sitting up and hunched over. That's their punishment for not turning off my stuff, for continuing to report gang the beast animal, gang get on now, the dirtiest lazy truck depot employee, the lazy truck driver, cop driver. Men who work, and every single man in the country is more enfranchised than you, short of the percentage that lives in the crack hood motel. Yeah, well, I wanted to say something, yes, because I've been here that long. Huda Mansour, the lowest domestic abuser and sexual abuser, predator, and pedophile. The most viciously motivated monster as to criminal resign as every Wake County court employee. They all are being forced to resign, are they not? We will not have one man of these in the community. They owe us life in the pen for domestic violence for the 10 years they allowed these men to cruise the airwaves on that thing in Raleigh, North Carolina. You brought these men into every home in Cary, North Carolina. But I'm pulling on that Clintty Booter a little bit. And now, Phil, the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, the Greensboro Prosecutor's Office, every prosecutor's office in North Carolina, Virginia, and Arkansas, and DC, every federal office, the incredible lowness of the animals you brought into our lives. All of our lives. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office said the same thing. He said, I cannot continue to do this because the woman is the innocent victim of this, and I need to make her aware of it, not cut her phone off. But I was still pressurized on that. They said they would, this is my case. None of these men have any college degrees or any real credentials whatsoever. None of them, anywhere. No, I need you out of Ocala, Florida, the villages in Wildwood, Florida right now. I need you out of North Carolinians' houses. Do you understand that? He still goes back to check on her and him, who are children he's sexually assaulted and abused now. Because Tony Eno was allowing these men in his community, a community that would never have anything. You know, Detective Pate looks like what? Because you allow men without the proper credentials. Enough with the white trash. Those men are absolute white trash. Get him out of my house. The idiot filth of that thing. So I'm supposed to respect the fact that these people are, third generation college educated. Well, they would never put up with a hootie then. You have these men that have absolutely nothing going for them, except they got into something in town employment. In a city, she's got a point, okay? Enough with the absolute criminal white trash. If you're going to take down parameters for hiring, say in relation to education, then that should mean that, a merit system, like for example, if it's a college level or a high school, all that means is that the dermatologist can teach or something. It does not mean every one of those can teach. The Westworld costume over there has no business in there. It never had. The Wilbur has no business in there. Wilbur has no credentials whatsoever. If you're going to take down parameters for court employment so that you have these magistrate assistants running around that barely have a real estate license, doing stuff like this, that's correct, okay? I can't have you running every something that you think offends with you or something really strange. Again, you committed more crimes and criminal acts and brought into communities more criminal things, and then you never stand down. Have you noticed that about your absolutely disgusting people? You need to get him out of the homes in Cary now, they said. Because this idiot pig of a man The lazy truck depot. The lazy truck driver is correct. This man works day and night doing nothing, they said, on the town law enforcement involved in this. I mean, he does very important things in towns like East Boca Raton. A guy with his education level is usually driving a truck up early in the morning, beholden to a company. This guy is cruising around the neighborhoods in which he's employed. He has as much credentials. You're allowing men into every single bank account and house in Raleigh, North Carolina on that thing. They want to know what he is using. So the police have something. They also have guns. They're not running around mugging people. The hobo couple that's would not mind living in a nicer house. Now, what does that mean? He's done that the entire time. Well, the Caspers reported it too. They're hardly crying wolf in this. Why are you making calls about anything is correct? Why are any men that woke up that know they have no real credentials? The incredible lotus of the goddamn animal that wakes up in lower income middle class housing gets in somehow and is now cruising around. No one else lives in the lower middle class as a man that lives alone by himself almost. Or is running around in a Westworld costume in some kind of googly King of the Hill. I'm still thinking you live by yourself. Do any of the judges live in a community at all like Lockmere or Cary? Well, it's more, no, but do they live in a house compared to every single person that, say, goes to the Cary Middle School? Or Cary High School? Or is attending, UNC anything? UNC Chapel Hill on this little group over here that's determined they have to be in here. Or the court system in Wake County, this thing committed these hideous crimes out of. Uda, please get him in custody now. They needed Anetto to immediately return the Casper's vehicle. If that vehicle, every penny from it, ended up anywhere other than where it's supposed to be, they have to be arrested for theft. I need you not doing things for Otis Toole, for Christ's sake. This is the same group of men who have stalked all throughout. I don't care. They found another 15 schizophrenic, completely men that want to masturbate her there. So the little girl is now interacting in her bedroom with another 15. That could be the crazy talk. Well, sit that there. And they're real tired of that on the phone. Okay? You were all sitting on the created evidence. There's nothing in any of this that implies I have. It does not say that there. You do not work for the men that created the evidence here. Well, what's the problem with the crazy talk? Well, he'd already done all this stuff and they didn't really want it. Every single person is an accessory to everything done and said. If the man created evidence in Arkansas, he needed to be charged with creating evidence. There's no such thing as we create evidence in a perfect enough. This is in the legal system. There is no such thing as created evidence in the legal system. Well, you could masturbate. Okay. because like, I'm a New Yorker by birth. Does that make me a doctor in New York? Yes, because it's my stuff. So I can obviously make it work. Then I would be doing hospital administration, and I would start at this level under all these, and all I would do is hospital administration, paperwork or something. You would do magically because you inherited a company, my dear, from even though you're a schizophrenic crackhead from the hood. Not one thing belongs to Huda is the problem. Okay. And Huda is determined that the incredible, get off that thing. What you brought in the communities. They said, lazy truck driver is correct. Okay, because you're a New Yorker, you inherited a hospital system. You're incredible criminal freaks committed. You need to stand down with reality again, Huda. A man is sexually assaulting a child day and night. You need to get that man into custody. This was reported to you. How about I get you in custody? A Huda could get in trouble. Have you ever been able to get the Huda is actually the divine right of the Lord Huda. Poor Lauren Casper, not the beast incarnate. Zeke Rulers, every town, he just check everything out in here. All the sneak piggy pies, all the Huda ants. Oh, Huda ant, other Huda ant. Oh, yes, this belongs a Huda ant. All the townies here, the piggy pies gonna come in, he's just checking it out. The incredible lowness of the state employee. Never has a lower, not a merit system existed than the criminals you brought into communities. The replicating, like single man that lives alone without his mother, this Smee, the Wilbur, the complete pig man from the hood, the pig Colonel Sanders from Kentucky from the hood, nobody's ever seen anywhere else. The all male, lowest white trash anybody's ever seen, Tally. The incredible lowness of the government public sector monster thing of a mentally retarded, schizophrenic criminal thing. That never had any reason whatsoever to be employed in a school. Whatsoever. Not one of them. Not one of those men. And the miles of them had any reason whatsoever. And then what would possess any of them to think they could walk into a school today? Had any reason you could tell whatsoever to be employed in a school or around one. No, North Carolina has not always employed the lowest schizophrenic-ness, schizoid effectiveness of crack hood brats that have ever crawled out of a sewer. It's a lot of mouth out of Huda, out of a guy as always that woke up in a lower middle class house in the outskirts of the area wherever he is. Out of your people, as always. Yeah. And very obviously, with no credentials, to the lowest class band possible, these dudes. And the most criminal class. It's a lot of mouth. A lot of monster mouth. Out of Zeke's. As always. Because I was telling myself, like, you just been gang raped, sexually electrocuted to death or something. Like, Tony, the filthiest dumpster term. There is no American government. Really, this happens. We have the entire EU watching you do that to her. He said, because they will not get in here because Detective Dump Truck, the lazy truck driver, paid. What doesn't want to arrest stuff that has to do with him. Yeah. Because he has no credentials, none whatsoever. Anybody watching this? None of them do. None of your monsters have any credentials. And any of your bad employees have zero credentials. Zero. For the job. And never have. You can tell. And not only is who now, they said they have a right to rape. He's a filthy truck driver. The man is a gang rapist, a pedophile. All of these men are absolute white trash compared to the communities they're in. No, you do not get to be in houses raping every woman and child going by, going through every bank account because the dirtiest Bill Sykes in the world. We have to see under that. There could be bombs. Get out of the Casper's house. Now. No, I broke in and put my devices. It belongs to me or something. Get him out of my house. No, the dirtiest dump truck driver in McGregor. They live in Millionaires Row next to a golf course. Do you understand that? You gang rape every woman and child in the community. Who to say that about comply a little, the lazy truck driver, the dirtiest animal ever brought into a community. Get out of the homes and carry with that thing. Get out of the homes in North Carolina and Wake County with the thing. They need you. They're demanding your death sentence for defending anything you freaks did here. They need the lowest class man. You are a dental heating and air conditioning but repairman without this. Every one of you has to go to the death chamber in Las Vegas, they said, for the amount of rape your men committed in Las Vegas. What is she doing all that thing to her? That Detective Pate feels she made no. I couldn't get this man into custody out of the FBI. Did not want to retry a case that brought attention to how incredibly filthy, low, corrupt, disease, defected, absolutely the lowest criminal man that could ever be brought into a community. The beast corridor of the lowest white trash out of this group's hiring that could ever exist. The poorest quality. The poorest and lowest criminal quality brought into communities. The lowest the human race has ever saw. The third, fourth grader doesn't bother you guys in this. They need all the detective Pates like just removed, they said. They want them all lined up with a firing squad and shot for entering the premises. Do you have a warrant to enter the premises? No, not on poor Miss Casper. Do you have a warrant to enter the little girl's house that he's in right now, sexually assaulting her while her family screams and calls the police? He's given the link to their houses with Otis School. Arkansas says if you don't get this freak show down right now out of Detective Pates, you are all going to spend the rest of your lives in Supermax with these dudes. We'll just toss you in with them. Detective Pate, you can spend the rest of your life with Neville. If you like, and Hogula and Otis Toole. If you like also an anus that much. We'll toss your whole family in there with them. Out of white trash truck depot employeeville. Every one of you. He's a mildly handicapped truck depot employee. You know, all the ones that did not make it in the enfranchised world cannot end up
in public sector town employment. Is correct. These are lazy jobs where you are. You're extremely offending. You do absolutely nothing in every single one of your goddamn offices except nothing, something. They need no more hiring whatsoever out of these employment positions. You're not allowed to bring any of these men into communities, school systems, universities. You have no credentials to be where you are. He spent all day telling fourth graders while Miss Casper worked on her resume and called doctor's offices to get dentist appointment and optometrist appointments. That he was going to, that he cooked 4,000 Chinese people alive in a trash crematorium. If anybody's being cooked with their families magically on a bank computer in a trash crematorium, the bank computer just had it with them. Your family's dying in 15 minutes. Or it's one of the fourth graders, you scared them so bad. And that thing won't stop sexually assaulting the women. I'm just trying to figure out what a trash crematorium is. Gets them, turn them into dust. Ash. Cook them. There's magically a map. Okay. Every single from all my biometric sign-ins, we're supposed to fight this in troll wars and stars. You lady. Okay. Every single one. All crews. In all colors. Trash, sewer, water. We're not even sure they're gang colors. We think they're just town maintenance employees of some sort. Trash employees, pinks are men, browns are men. And he's just hired every piece of white trash shit to create this bizarre maintenance man army. Toyotas. Okay. Every single one of these guys, every government employee on the list, and their entire family. And take them all to wherever you go. Have 8,000 knees attached to each one. Just all going into concentration camp back. All locations. Contains trolls in here. And all nations, because they're all concentration camp Vichy, all absolute white trash, all replicating Nazi government employees, all Vichy, just take the adults. Just take the part. Everybody going to have the back on Nazis. You know, like Stanford Prison Experiment. Stanford, Trash, God, Smithfield is anybody. Good people. They don't like to Detective Pate's body type anymore. Really, yeah. He's too. Did you hire all? Do you have anything in a normal person size out of the white collar of your people? Do you have anything with the proper credentials out of your people? Is correct also. Then why won't they stand down if they woke up in a that's a lower, weirder home than they don't fit anywhere. They all live in lower middle class male housing and are running loose in the community. Have no credentials. Enough with hiring every man who shows up of those. this thing. He said, this is this like absolute white trash. You're saying that you came from where? You came from like a trucking family. Or something. You know, they don't, what are their thoughts on like just stuff that's too rough in general out of places like Richfield and Danbury, Connecticut or something? They don't really, I mean, you're bringing whatever that thing is. I mean, that's a very bad girl, really. Yeah. I mean, that is bad baby. I don't want to be playing with that. To say the least. That's one of these bad baby. She's actually ridiculous. They don't want anything that rough. You're forcing things that have nothing to do with each other, and that's an extremely criminal element on top of each other to interact when there's absolutely no reason that man should be interacting there whatsoever. He has no credentials to. It would be the same as any other arrest, like arresting, I mean, it's the same as any other like tech use used in Harvard. Live force investigation. This is not. You ever heard that in law school? Oh wait, none of you went to school. Like not a man, what are you making up the rules? No, that's like full erectile dysfunction. Get off my goddamn. Yeah, they keep this in custody now. I do not have morons from trucking running loose in established wealth in America. You know, supporting Otis Toole has a right to be raping little girls. And that hits him in the head because Daddy raped the truck depot employee Detective Pate did that there. Okay with any of this. This is the dirtiest and most inciting they have ever seen anything involving the legal system. They need you in. No, Annetto.
our trash crematorium to the sewers. Okay. Well, can you help me get this freak into custody? I don't care, dirty dump truck employee number 500 in Watt Trash 4. I'll avoid your people. A lot. I live there. There's nothing there. It's suburbia. There's lots of people living everywhere. Really, yeah. Oh, I don't do anything. You've never gotten a call about me from anybody that lives in Cary, North Carolina in my entire time I lived there. Apparently I'm socially acceptable. They don't break the law. They don't steal anything. They arrest you. Correct. Get off my crotch.
Apparently we're supposed to fight the Nazis now or some crazy shit. He said on her story. And now we're going to the trash compactor or trash crematorium. Where you can see an arm so you can find Clitty Booterus. He hates when they hide their genitalia from him so he cannot always be sexually filthy. Would you get this freak into custody? It's the same man in Arkansas in the jail.
get him off her little butt on that thing. Day and night, he said, on him, just cruising, because the lowest beast to ever wear the skin of animals, the incredible filth of the lowest beast ever born, the beast incarnate, because no lower could ever exist than the filth the lowest mankind has ever sought, the animal the state employed. Please get him off the crotch massager and out of the Casper's house finally. After all these years of everything done and said by Gay Rick, the dirtiest truck depot employee ever born, John Wayne the Beast Pig, Gay Rick Ghetto Anetto, the dirtiest and lowest man to ever wear the skin of beasts and animals, the lowest the human race could ever sink in the skin of monsters and beasts of man. And I need you out of uniform now. Come on, we're out of here. Out of here. Why is this man still at large with her? That's a third grade boy and girl again. Always with the boy, because he's also very into boys now. And I cannot have you thinking you have a right to use that to be in homes. This dump truck, dirty truck depot employee comes out and says, men like Anetto have then always used this. Anetto's the great. The incredible filth of the lowest beast to ever wear the skin of man or animal are incredibly foul. The lowest behind every single desk replicating thing. The Huda, the sewer, the worst and the lowest, the poorest quality, the lowest the human race would ever sink as far as hiring. You need to get everyone in the Wake County Prosecutor's Office, everybody in the North Carolina Sheriff's Department, the Appeals Court, the Supreme Courts. You kidnapped an innocent woman off the street. You lose state services that would never apply to Miss Casper's case because she has no mental health issues whatsoever. You let it get. Well, you could have fooled Anetto, thought he might have seen the lying sack of the lowest criminal rape, gang rape, carjacking, thieving, beast, filth running loose in the wealthy community. To think Tony Anetto was in a neighborhood that would never have anything to do with the mouth of the lowest educated animal to ever wear the skin of man. Enough of Tony Anetto. Think of Huda actually signed that warrant. He felt these people needed to stop reporting him. In 2017, an animal named Huda, its slithering, oozing mass, the swastika of its bestial monster body, the monster of the Huda. He signed a warrant again and he was getting in trouble. So he decided to retaliate by reliving and recreating the entire crimes of the original Dennis Sewer Inn. It came from the truck depot. Was the shit you have done that? A Huda, a thing, a beast, a sewer ant, the most evil animal ever born. John Wayne, the beast, gang rape, the animal, Anetto and Huda, the Wake County. He said no there. They know she liked Mr. Kreider. It said that there, correct? Huda, vicious, sewer, slithering swastika of the lowest animal's mouth to ever be born. The swastika of the slithering sewer of the mouth of the beast incarnate. The red-eyed swastika of the oozing mass of filth of the lowest body and mouth that could ever be born has to cry. Yeah! Huda's mouth and body. The additional 4 years of probation. That's why he had to. Thank God he was protecting us by following it 24/7. With You just strangled her. You're and she encrusted blood sewer of his clothes. His vicious oozing wrath of the record. That's body. The animal every single court employed for the 10 years in the swastika of the sewer because the other disgusting dump trucks, the dirtiest animals to ever wear the skin of crime or beast, dared to defend whose right to use his stuff in him. The dirtiest man in the world, the dirtiest rapist ever born, the dirtiest dump truck depot employee, the lowest beast ever born, the swastika of the animals uniform, because the lowest men ever born, the lowest the country could ever see. The beast, he tried to orgasm you even in your sleep because you were sleeping through his masturbating you. He's done that before to you and her. Stars in his eyes because Tony Edo's bone was dripping Peter down like that as the filthiest animal ever born. The lowest pedophile rapist, gang rapist, a beast that lets all that is be in that foster kid bedroom. The upper middle class school for you, sir, all you pig-faced county sewer heads, the dirtiest animal to ever wear the skin of man or beast, the filthiest beast in the history of the human race that require no credentials to be hired, the lowest the country could or has ever shown, the filthiest and lowest the human race could ever be. Bringing any man, let me roll out the carpet for the other truck depot employees because the Tony gang rape on them. But think of the poor gang rape on them. Think of John Wayne, the animal, Gacy, the thing. Think of the filthiest man ever born. Think of the lowest beast to ever inhabit the skin of man or beast or animal. Think of the filthiest monster of predatory sexual abuse and domestic violence, mental retardation, the lowest man ever born, animal so criminally hideously low, the lowest Nazis on the Nuremberg trials, and animal slavery still, the illusion, heaving mass of the most evil monsters of rape, robbery, gang rape, car theft, domestic violence, and animal so hideously low, the most evil men to ever wear the skin of the lowest white trash to ever be brought into communities. You know. Because the filthiest predator ever born, the lowest predator in the skin of man or beast, the completely dead American legal system and democracy, because the lowest hiring to ever exist, the hiring that brought the beast, John Wayne, Tony gang rape, his penis always dangling out. There's a warm spread across the front of the uniform and the clothes about everything done and said by the disgusting Zeke thing monster, the oozing mass of filth of the lowest sexual abusers in the history of the human race. The lowest quality, the most evil animal to ever wear the skin of man or beast, the lowest a country could ever shake. The fact that these beasts are still at large and in the community and not in prison for the rest of their lives for the crimes, the incredible hideous acts of torture the animal Annetto committed on his stuffing dead. The dirtiest truck depot employees in the world, John Wayne the beast, gang raped the animal, ghetto, the sewer pig, Aneta. The lowest infrastructure to ever wear the skin of man, it or beast. The incredible filth of the lowest our country could ever see. Because Tony Adam did not in Boca Raton, a man like the lowest truck depot employee was brought into the community to the lowest hiring that could ever exist. The lowest, the incredible filth of the lowest that human race could or has ever shown. The incredible lowness of the lowest skid row, hood, urban decay, criminal bum that could ever congregate. The lowest pedophile, sexual abuser, the poorest quality that could ever possibly not a merit system occur in the lowest criminal state that could ever occur. The thing that would bring men like these into communities. Well, I wanted to watch her have an orgasm and that, but I can't because you're so dirty, old, and boot. They didn't like their orgasms when I normally do this to the community. Because yes, all these years, it was us doing this. It was the incredible, with the Wake County slithering sewer it. He didn't believe that a little bit as he walked out on his swastika of his clothing sewer, sweeping at the Hood Dixie sewer it, the most bizarre criminal and thing to ever be born. An animal so hideously filthy because he dared spring across the courthouse floor. The sewer it, the most evil sexual abuser and domestic abuser in the history of goddamn America. The animal so prolific in his crimes of gang rape, home invasion. No more replicating court system point. That is correct. Do you realize you committed a crime out of the slithering sewer it? The courts say we've never seen anything that low. He was waiting out back for a reason for that. These Mr. Sinclair, the dirtiest child rapist, murderer, robber, and thief, the thing, the beast, they said he couldn't be in his wealthy communities anymore. This is where a man like him enjoys predating upon the youth of the neighborhood. This environment is very conducive to the things he drinks. And Mr. Sinclair, the lowest pedophile, rapist, robber, sex tourist, hobbyist, Richard Huckle business, the incredible lowness and filth of the lowest animal, the Department of Education / the Department of Health and Human Services. Do I look like a social worker? A social worker when they need discipline from a bunch of monsters like us? Well, you must have needed discipline. No one else. Oh, you mean assistant principal, the thing that is obviously the poorest quality without the proper credentials? And the what pet? The state employee hiring responsible for the dirtiest and lowest and darkest days of pedophilia in every story and domestic violence, every single thing done and said. Because the lowest man without any proper credentials is the great Queen of France, the Stanford prison experiment, and they know it's not Stanford. Or Stanford. It's a little more like Stanford, the M in Connecticut, really. And then the dirtiest, they all call him that, who apparently goes all the way on that means. The man literally it follows them home and rapes them with that thing. And everything else done and said by the absolute line will do anything to everything. It's there to manipulate, to create customers for something. We don't even know what it is, but it is the most hideous acts of sexual abuse and absolute lying, domestic abuse and crime. in every single story because a Zeke with no credentials is brought in as like a head of administration in every single. So he's actually the government, the lowest swastika of the beast incarnate of filth, the lowest a country's government has or could ever be. Any government that would employ this legal system. Miss Casper did nothing and all the other person did something. Huda, you need every what is this? Well, he didn't believe that. He's a law and order. He would even say he's a neo-Nazi, a neo-Nazi, a neo-conservative. A thing. So being a conservative in their community, in the lowest, loudest, busiest, dumbest, dirtiest, and most worst. Please get absolutely schizophrenic. Bo Bridges eating party animal Huda off every second of every day as we pulse with it. And Huda takes everything. He takes the hazy shade of winter. He stole, yes, like the Grinch, he even stole that too. Because it's so fun for the lowest crack hood rat in the history of crack hood rats to steal every single thing and bring the other lowest crack hood rats, the lowest rat thing to ever be born, the sewer Huda, the beast incarnate of the lowest criminal man in every home, in every community, because Zeke was able to interact in the school system. Now his slithering, oozing mass of filth of the lowest pedophile, rapist, sexual abuser, and domestic abuser in the history of the human race. An animal so pedophilically prolific with that thing he's using right now on her that no pedophile group has ever been lower or worse towards children or less of a merit system than the men brought into communities. I agree, we need to shut down the guy raping you and children in the background. He said, in our law enforcement community, the filthy dump truck drivers are in. We, as the men with no credentials that were hired out of job fairs everywhere, that we have no idea where all the other dirty truck depot employees are and what they're doing, that have complete access to your homes, your bank accounts, your cell phone accounts, because Tony Edo, they could take you off the street and lie and say mental health when they know there's absolutely nothing wrong with Miss Casper's mental health. But who does is showing the signs of the worst criminal natures animals ever could possibly have? Because the lowest beast to ever wear the skin of man, every judge sitting behind a court is behind a docket in all 50 county or all states, in all 50 states, in every county, every single count they have this Huda. Every judge in Chapel Hill, every judge in Durham, every judge in Raleigh. You sat there and you allowed this man, who is a man that has no credentials related, actually, to the things he's running around and doing again, out of Huda, with such gleeful malice and intent. The Huda, oh good, a Huda with his guard, and a full direction of the lowest, rapist, carjacker, seaman thing, the opposite man of the Huda, rapist, robber, and pedophile, beast body, the incredible lowness of the lowest man generation. Because he dared to run out on his courthouse floor. This belongs to the slithering, swastika mass of the animals body, the beast body. Because he decided to uphold the war that didn't exist. He signed that there, and then he sat there and he recreated. Did they think those were wrong? No, let Huda show and tell and show and tell. Because Huda, as always, is the authority on things. Huda is the authority. Huda's know best. The most disgusting brain of the beast incarnate of filth. The Huda, it knows best. No, even. For daring to continue the most evil bunch of criminals to ever congregate in the history of the lowest of our country, could completely dead monstrosity of a country. If the Tony gang rape, the pedophile gang rapist who abode his home alone, the most evil neighborhood pornographer of Detective Payne, the dirtiest drug depot employee in the world, is allowed to slither through every window with the lowest rapist, the town law enforcement, security, and maintenance man, because that's their stuff right there, and jurisdiction, and time even. Time, 4 years. It's been 4 years since you held her for an entire year in front of the entire world and viciously slithered the sewer of the lowest sexual abuser and predator, robber, insane, schizophrenic thing, the schizoid affected beast incarnate of filth, the vicious, mentally retarded sewer hooter, everything done and said by the beast of John Wayne Ted Godfrey, the animal Bundy! Because he dared to say that can be mental health, talking back to a pulse with Huda, pulse with it, the lowest predator that is slithering, oozing mass of filth, the lowest predator in the history of the human race, the most prolific in the history of America. There is no, unless we find the widespread use of this, and if so, then I think even then, Hudas over there, we can just call you Hudas. You could just be Otis Toole Rapes Cary, Otis Toole Rapes North Las Vegas, Otis Toole, every single one of you in Virginia and North Carolina and Arkansas and DC. Every police department member, every sheriff's department member, who that rapes North Las Vegas, Nevada, who that rapes Nevada, who the gang rapes Arkansas, who the gang rapes, you could be the most prolific rapist in the history because you spent, all of you, so much time looking on Dennis Raiders over here. The guy from the town dump is in, Huda. Well, yes, Huda. You at the White County Prosecutor's Office, since you were literally allowing him in the vicinity of the jail where Miss Casper, yes, that's very insulting to you, my dear. I felt holding them for 8 months after 10 years because of the incredible, hideous nature and dangerous nature of how much Detective Gang raped the animal, John Wayne, the Beast Pig, gang raped Ghetto Anetto, the truck depot employee in his community, could have been hurt and vicious Huda, the most evil predator ever brought into a community. The Zeeks felt this was a bad review of Zeke's stuff in there. You mean my local Zika, whatever I do about the children, because a Zeke is allowed in here. I mean, and this could even be about UNC or about Chapel Hill, where men are very respected. Very respected. They felt that a Huda's extradition of Miss Casper back to the man that created this evidence, yes, but she committed other crimes, did she not? Did she not, Huda's going to trump up that charges to Huda might sue her and do that. To write directly to the prosecutor's office. She could say something in this. It's very clear again, Huda. It says the evidence. So look what she wrote me. I read all her mail. Huda brooded over it. Yes, and I even called these men on the phone. They were allowed to interact and watch on a conference call about Miss Casper. Yes, we have your victim. Your victim? Close to Pino. I'm allowed to talk to upper middle class white ladies and the things. Yes, I would say something, but we're still in the South, my dear, where there's schizophrenic Huda in it. Both of you, that Huda, the most evil animal and predator, because he dared to do that a little bit. We're working on a treatment team now, young lady. Huda spent the last 15 years of your life brooding over your case in its oozing mass of Ted Bundy film down at the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. The vicious Syracuse sewer hit Huda Dungeon Master who dared, looking at this evidence, to suppress it. For the 15 years of your kidnapping, every day. No, we have a game. It's called torture, sexual abuse, and sadism. When the Huda steals, Howard, the Huda runs and the steal, and howls the shine body. Of course, its penis is always dangling out of the Huda shit and sewer crusted, swastika on its clothes and rooms, and judges' robes and police uniforms and sheriff's departments uniforms and the FBI, aka detective, the dirtiest drug depot employee, and the howling beast, the yellow Huda on sewer it, the lowest criminal crackhead thing that could ever wear the skin of man or beast. The lowest rapist, gang rapist, arsonist, pedophile. The most prolific pedophile rapist in the history of the United States of America. But only if we don't find. Because that's Detective Paint's stuff in there. And we don't arrest Detective Paint and a Huda because of drug gang rape, the lowest, most dangerous man ever. The filthy Smee from Capitol Boulevard, maintenance and handyman looking thing. The lowest, most dangerous criminals and predators that could ever be brought into communities. The Capitol Boulevard would rapist Smee. Okay, finally, Huda was okay. What he did all day to that little girl, because he's daring to stand up for jurisdiction. The most disgusting white trash, urban decay crack hood thing in the world. The schizophrenic pedophile Zeke. A full-grown man without any proper credentials, without really any job skills. It looks like he got failed as a Sherwin-Williams paint salesman. I mean, where does that thing come from? The lowest townie in the world? Well, because there's something wrong with Zeke. But here Zeke found his calling, working around juveniles and juvenile justice. As what? A court advocate and representative? That one says he could be even. And they would take that from him. Does he? I don't think they need the glasses thing from corrections. The vicious Mr. Sewer It Sinclairs. They're vicious against Huda. He's our man. The lowest destroyer of every good thing in old Japan. The dirtiest predator in old Japan. Replicating every single goddamn place. The lowest beast that could ever exist. The state services employed. Well, I don't know, since Hood Zeke has no credentials whatsoever to work around children or mental health or counseling. But the lowest swastika of the country, which was yesterday promoting completely as the 350% responsible party for every single thing done and said yesterday, home invasion robbery with detective gang rape paint as a liaison for, say, jurisdiction in death. And then I'm going to cook the family alive. I'm going to go tell, oh, that's a good one. And then I'm going to masturbate her while she sleeps. And we can't, even though we are completely aware this has been going on in here for the last 2 years and 4 years, that you reported every single month again to us that you were in fact being sexually abused, stalked more hideously than any poor woman has ever been sexually abused, stalked. That they followed you right home and then right back to the same game where they never took it off in your house. And 8-man neighborhood pornography, your every sound, tee-hee-hee, to sexually torture you and brood over your sleeping body as every day and night. on your sleeping body, on everywhere you want. See, now I'm finally, I'm gonna monkey behind because Detective Payne just said he didn't want that on a pig sue in there.
Because we don't prosecute police. We think. We have no idea what this is. Well, they're all still here, so crash compactor words is not true.
The incredible lowness, no, of the lowest man that could ever exist. Man with no credentials whatsoever brought into communities to interact with the populace.
That's actually correct, really. What the hell would they be doing that? Is that what it meant by that? I personally. Oh, the well-hoodinated Amy. You don't want to know about that. Really? What do you think? Something absolutely hideously bizarre about freaking boys. But yeah. Who that? Do you have a law degree? Is what people want to know about all this. They want to know why. Because they're into stealing, we think. Wake County is a much. Think of that. You're in Raleigh, North Carolina, and you committed acts by like a highest association and accomplice. You were best friends with Dennis Radar, knowingly committing a crime that had been reported to you for the last 10 years prior. It is beautiful, quiet morning where Gwyneth Paltrow and Beverly and her daughter from Hallmark are walking by at the Hallmark store, get ready to go to school. Instead of little children being masturbated to death in front of their parents or something crazy. He said that, but that's. Well, they're not going to get any schoolwork done today because the dirty dump truck driver and the Zekas said, yes, all your townies come in to my schools. The proprietary activity out of Huda's single-celled organism of crime, of a brain, that is an absolute alien species to any enfranchised member of the human race we've ever met. Well, other people do that too. Huda, not one thing in here belongs because they gave it to Huda. They didn't give it to Huda. I think that's actually correct. They used to have trouble finding men with teaching degrees in the mass amounts you need to actually educate the entire community. So they loosened it a little bit so that other people could teach, maybe even especially males when it said it said don't turn it into, doesn't mean turn it into an incel pedophile cult. Where males are actually better quality. Women mess males up and it's a man's world. That is literally what those men are doing everywhere. They obviously still are as up and running, and one urban decay monster led to the complete tanked freak show of morals and brain that is the Huda Banduda crime spree here and the Tony Gang Rape Veneto crime spree. Ghetto Veneto. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever. Huda, everybody else here, you can worry about your own stuff. How about that? You ever heard that at the mental hospital, maybe? Well, you certainly have. I wanted to mock that. I mocked that victim. I mocked this woman, this criminal woman. The upper middle class, what do we call her? Huda, that kind of stuff too. Like if Tony, the mentally retarded schizophrenic wife beater mouth, decided to start interacting and gobbledygook with any member of the community. People that actually live
in the White County area. There's not that much, I would have said, so I live in a house, I get up in the morning, all the women and kids around me and other people and man, woman, and child and their things say, no, bye, I'm calling the police. Even my own children, well, good, I found somewhere I can do this. I think, I'm not sure, not related to any of these people. And you are notoriously divorced. When you talk to Zeke, he has, his minivan, which is a much lower class one than you. It's a very working middle class minivan. Has left him, and his kids are going to Amy's and stuff like that, and have gotten restraining orders. Or he's a single man that lives alone without his mother downtown, and we don't know why. It's a man's world and a job. And it's all of these, and they're sort of like, they're like bumps in the law, but they're dangerous, very, a little at the same time. There are some bumps in the law that just are bumps in the law. There's very few of them. You might have a male that sounds far more ethnic and is or something than them. Weirdly enough. I mean, I'm not sure, but you just have these really, really strange men congregating that all wear the Huda Von Duda Westworld outfit. Well, that's what a single man that live alone. It's like, it's 1999 in this story. It's 2005. But we haven't, when people landed here, they still had the stuff from, when America, it's 1985. Or something, where we're in like a Breakfast Club or something like that. Well, that guy's a guy of that. Well, you, lady, could get put in detention and children. That's a problem also. They said you run around environments that are worsened as far as nonsense by your ability to communicate. No, not men have trouble communicating properly. If you tell somebody something, they understand it. Remember that story from court? I mean, you got children. We're not in a whatever video. Okay, did you hear his association? Really? Yeah, like what are these men's like verbal and physical associations in this conversation? They literally do these all sorts of places. That's how bad and naughty the schoolboy and girl are. Connected to what and about what and where? And what the hell is he talking about? But Huda actually made a verbal association with something. But I mean, not really. It was kind of, like those are few and far between. Well, we think you are for that. You're not in code. You're definitely Aunt Sabrina, not Aunt Mary. Okay, you are a schizophrenic and retarded group of men that have no business in a community, who are never staying down and are absolutely determined and have developed various very strange Richard Huckle businesses as far as grift, which you openly and viciously do. That story about land grabbing, people know that about you for years. There might be somewhere where that's almost socially acceptable behavior, which is why you are allowed to do it. But 90% of that money is supposed to go where it's supposed to go, Huda. You stole things from Miss Casper constantly throughout. You went through every one of her father's bank accounts over and over and over again on him. We're over there because I think he's just hitting me in the head too hard with the thing. It turns out, well, maybe. Well, you electrocuted my face a lot the whole day prior, but I couldn't remember I couldn't remember the passcode to my phone. And so my dad and I,
went over to over to the T-Mobile cap store. I mean, he could have been on the phone, but it was right across the street. He wanted to go get some granola or something in the grocery store. He's your dad. In a completely normal modern American world where everything would be absolutely fine out of my perfectly nice people. Really? Yeah. Think of the world for Gwyneth Paltrow's life. If Tony the gang rapist, he violated her all human decency law. These men have been running around raping the community more hideously than any men have ever raped. All of this group. Bo Bridges Eden is correct. Your state employee. It's just simply a tool as it was in this. None of these men, not one of the mental health gang has any credentials, really. None of the men do, really, not one. You got over here, you got something going on with state services mental health. It'll do stuff, but I mean, you forced it so totally to do stuff here, Huda. It doesn't care. It makes money there. Really, yeah. It's it's just there's this Mr. Sinclair. He's responsible the typhoid outbreak in that. Huda, do you understand that thing that has mailed himself to where little girls are unattended? That's a disease caused by, and they have caused by the conditions the thing was running. Nobody's bad and naughty. It's a bunch of elementary school students. He's a hideous predator. The We the Living crap was an incredible. We think Huda stole everything so much there wasn't anything there and has for all these years. Again, the men in doing it would not have anything whatsoever as far as any qualifications for them to be in there. Apparently the Huda, it needs to stop marching around just breaking every law known to God or man in some kind of a something. Really. It appears to be a schizoid affected predator gone completely wild again. It appears to have all sorts of syndromes and things like that out of all of them. The giant men are incredibly dangerous in that gone wrong. Really, you've got we don't need to say what are we in LA? I was way over here. That's the same problem with that's the most white trash man ever, or the most white trash African American man ever. Yeah, Mr. Googly McDougalys, who's good. He's not terrible at it. Okay, the man impersonating and puffing and never standing down at everybody, and the incredible importance of Mr. Huda is got no credentials whatsoever. My dear, Huda has to come over here and touch. They have no credentials whatsoever, any of them. Enough with this Skid Row downtown man. Really, they're completely bizarre. They do impersonate all these, like the Wake County Prosecutor's Office in this was unbelievable. They impersonated all these higher ranking officers, which they are not in any way, shape, or form. You do not hold Miss Casper for an entire year and send her out to Butner for mental health problems that all the psychiatrists in the court says she does not have, Huda. Well, the man whose probation it was, the man who created this evidence, which they all know. Well, maybe you conspired to let Miss Casper drive away again. Miss Sarah Whitaker Howard, who was standing there, was willing to testify again because they don't. So were the other men. Want Jack from The Shining's over there in there. The thing is complete crazy man. Yeah. And they just can't do anything about what's going on in his office. They've reported him and now he's vindictive towards him. He is not capable. He works in his own little truck depot police kiosk over there and comes in and does actually bizarre things in their very affluent, very low crime rate community.
They don't want you doing that with downtown state hood services either. The forensic professionals in your Wake County courts and jails said no, okay? They are not the least shady characters on planet Earth in that. But they just said the woman does not have any disease or defect. Because I don't. Miss Casper's not experiencing temporary insanity. I'm the woman talking in my car in 2021, a week before on the way to Macy's. That is not a handicapped person at all. That is not a person having a handicapped person episode. That is not a person doing anything whatsoever in relation to like illegal behavior. Nobody's threatening Tony Edo by sending this out to all the cops and courts. That's called exercising your rights in democracy correctly, is it not? In everything we have learned all our lives. I spent another 4 years sexually abused more hideously, I think, and stalked by schizophrenic men than I think any woman has ever been stalked or sexually abused. Which I've reported every single month. I'm still being stalked by Neville, the schizophrenic devil over there. And dirty hogulas. Would you get these men into custody? I'm going to turn this off because I need my laptop and I need to get, I just woke up. Okay. Get these men into custody now. And no, you cannot use that to violate every law and right that we have. Okay. And then completely use the legal system to run around screaming, doing criminal stuff. No, but they were disrespecting a Huda. A Huda. Huda has to be arrested and charged with every act committed by his best friends over here as the highest accomplice and accessory in all the years they committed the crimes in the communities that they were in because of him, especially Wake County, since that's his, turf or whatever. You get what I'm saying? For every day he brought these men into the community by obstructing justice in Wake County. And instead going after the woman reporting them. Now, I brought nothing into the community. I reported right away these men. These men burnt her neighbor's apartment down, it says. There is a police report. Well, I needed to see the mental health. You're lying again, Huda. That is one hell of a bizarre. What are you, 4 years old? Whatever syndrome you have over there, be it schizoid affective or anything else, needs to go in already. Do you know that arson attempt? Ms. Casper has no access to industrial welding accelerant all over the neighbor's back porch and behavior that's so weird, people don't even know what it would possibly be. You mean they burnt the neighbor's work perched out? Why? There are 3 children sleeping. 2 children, a baby in please get off masturbating them. I'm turning this off. I'll turn it back on. You have to get all of these men into custody and charge them with all their crimes for the integrity of the legal system and law enforcement in all communities. You let Neville and Hogula neighborhood pornography and go through bank accounts, and you need to see how much they did. And then no, Todiedo, you cannot use Todiedos cannot be employed anymore in well-off suburban communities, and neither can Zeke's or anybody else that does not, match the criteria for what we recognize as law enforcement. Completely law-abiding with the lights turned on men and women that are in their right minds and do not have a predatory or a criminal mind or bone in their body for the most part. Because like everyone else who, for example, is, there's the new housing development across the street or these nice houses across the street, who's going to have something to do with that housing development as a business across the street. Well, I would be a security and maintenance guy for the housing. You cannot be development. Probably. It could be waste management, maybe. Okay. Oh, so we're I decided to develop my own hood company. Yeah. No, they're unbelievable in that. Where is the actual FBI? The ruling is you just can't do anything that's against the law. For example, if the evidence is created, also you owe everyone involved damages. They need to take every penny any of you had and then charge you damages. You did not force through the arrest. Well, you just have to arrest the person. If you know a crime was committed and it's a felony, you have to arrest them for it. They can't be running loose on the streets, still loose in a state of nature in the wild as far as whatever they get into. It's just the law. You're not allowed to follow people into the houses on the premises. If you present it the same as anything else. I was scanning backpacks and I found a heroin needle when we were in a public place appropriately. The heroin needle was in a pocket, so there is a blurry penis in this. When I zoomed in, it's a more defined penis. My gosh, that's a concern. Yep, like the TSA one. Well, it's quite defined, really. The court's like, look at this. It's unfortunately, that's a private act and private body part, which is why we cringe a bit when people talk about it. That is what they're called. If it's in court, thank you for stupid. This is sing-songy, ding-dong stuff. But that's correct. I mean, I'm not gonna, in court, I said PD. The poor victim or the ordinary lay people might. There's a very defined picture of PD. And a heroin needle. Okay. So if I scan it and I basically could remember, yeah. What's a heroin needle? And he had this in his pocket. Okay. You have presented that you were doing what police do, and that's it. Has anybody, this is a conversation you have with the criminal that's soft in the head and really doing stuff. Everybody else is getting up in their franchise job. It does seem like you are men that did not make it where the rest of the people that are going by in the ordinary and franchise world work. Miss Casper does just fine there. Is actually correct. You've interviewed because you called over to every one of my workplaces. Well, you're getting, not really. How old are the people walking by, quickly going by in comfortable shoes to stock the shelves in Walmart? It's okay, we're gonna call it. It's not that bad a tattoo. Well, that's true. Other people have drawn themselves to like Las Vegas. He almost put up enough already with Miss Casper. Miss Casper, who did not show any violent tendencies towards her boss. But who might have had that problem in this room? Here at the Sherman Wellington Paint Store, the Chick-fil-A assistant manager, whoever you actually are without this role that you put on, that you are now terrorizing Stamford, Connecticut, out of Zebulon, Arkansas or something. Zebulon, North Carolina. Oh, all of you. You're really an alien species. We've never actually seen a little bird like you. We think you come from Kentucky. You have nothing to do with Bertram the Southern name. Bertram and the actual people, including the actual people of a more criminal nature. There's a hood down there somewhere. Everybody says that, you probably think you crawled out of. But there's an Urban Decay hood that's dangerous. It might have some, we weren't sure. It's a little like Dr. Phil and Steve Wilkos. People are against it because it's abusive to foster children. I don't know, it's kind of googly McDougalies completely. It's just a crack street. Really, yeah, we're not supposed to be affiliated with it. Yeah. Zeke gets out. What is he doing to the, customers at the county jail's children? They're handicapped substance using hobo mess down there. They live in trailers from construction and stuff. You're doing what with
it hit his head too hard, but Kenny Jr., well, those could be. You're the most vicious predator we've ever seen. I mean, you're talking about whatever you have, Junior. You're also ginormous. People take one look at Detective Paint and then your mouth, and once you like put down, it's like, Frankenstein, the Igor, the Igor, Frankenstein murdered the child. You're so big out of Detective Paint. As soon as the mouth gets like, your wife beater or something, everybody knows it's just a fact. They're all doing that. Really, how are they with like, anything? Okay, it's too good. You lady. Everybody else can talk and not like somebody, dropped the dump truck on their heads and then they got in trouble with the boss and they ended up over here in town, law enforcement, security, and maintenance with the other handicapped brother. From like not even Duke Energy. Where that's another thing. If you woke up in a modular home trailer thing in Wendell, and you probably should be down working. Where do you work as an orderly, Zeke? Really, a bit. Really, I mean, you actually means work when you're employed by the town means you actually work. Apparently, in your local high school, we think. No, we remember. Enough with these snub-nosed piggy pie. Yeah, and things like that being brought in. Really, yeah, like this is just a hideous mess. I'm positive the locals have stories of that. Really, yeah. Just these very, very weird predators. People who actually grew up in Raleigh said the same thing and didn't care. There is like this pile of men. It's like there must be a we buy used houses. So I buy repo houses. I buy houses that are fully paid off or repossessed. Almost, or houses that are over 60% paid off or 50% paid off, which could be a legitimate business. It's not here in any way. There's no business here. Your grandfather's house sold for $60,000 more, and he had already found a buyer, and they own a construction worker company. So he made $60,000, which is good profit. I had to come in and and he's actually helping the community. Exactly. Yeah. Go Henderson Boat Show. Yeah. Okay. That's correct. That's Shark Tank. What if you watch this funny as if you're Apprentice or something? That would be a little controversial. What a a suntan window that's got as much like skin cancer protection, but like you could put it in a skylight or a window, so people in like New Jersey could get as much sun as their pasty butts or Scotland or something they get during the summer in Michigan. Or people who work in an office all the time could sit in front of it and get a tan. But that's the kind of thing, and you're trying to get they'll fund it so as like stockholders or something. Because that would sell, really, yeah. It's probably actually already out there. That's your invention. Yeah. It might lead to kind of far away, slightly inappropriate bathing suit wearing, or you're not supposed to stand nude in front of the window. Anyone's rear in front of the UV window, like right tanning bed. Go to the tanning bed then. I don't know about all that, but that's a Shark Tank. Shark Tank. It might be there, but then Zeke invented Palm Beach and the internet, and he really, yeah, okay. Well, the Pegler heads, yeah. The Pegler heads are into teach you, we don't know. Really, yeah. People have unbelievable stories about the tank. Urban decay. It continued. My brother's friend. It just gets really expensive to go to the private school, and somebody less money in the stock market and stuff. And had some tax that's not. But so they started going to the public school. Well, they could be. The kid is like salt of the earth. It's like the most harmless, high IQ. Well, I mean, Zeke just terrorized the kids at the public school. Really, yeah. The thing is that it's the steadiest human. You can just tell it's a completely healthy male, unlike Perp B, Z. I mean, he just developed a drug problem of ladies and girls.
really, and domestic violence, and it's kind of a degenerate drunk. Apparently, this Bob Pegler guy that went and checked, is he somebody? Yeah, apparently he was some guy they knew in the area that was like a real promoter. He's an alcoholic that hit a plateau that all 5 of his children have a restraining order against him. That's like Detective Pate when he starts talking or something. It's like he hit a plateau. He was a full blown alcoholic running around. The church goes to seminary school. He's Catholic. Here's my book. It says Catholic Lives of the Saints. Okay, would you lay off? He thinks that's something he does at the Catholic Church. You're not allowed to be Catholic. My grandfather was mostly Catholic. Oh, Rosario's Catholic. Oh, wait. See, here's the book, Catholic Lives of the Saints, Pope John Paul. The Presbyterians have 12 kids. I don't know why. Your people also. The Catholics don't necessarily. They have like the Catholic 5. Why they were chewing on that for whatever. They also don't do that at the Catholic Hospital affiliate anymore and things like that. How's the rest of the Protestant?